Hello, everybody, and welcome to Be Diced Adventures, presenting the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. I am your host and Dimension Master for this evening, Matt, also known as War Knight out there on the interwebs. Boy, am I happy to be back over in this spot, away from all the trauma, which you guys would see the rest of the week here on Be Diced Adventures. Really quick, just to kind of get that stuff out of the way, the next time that you will catch us live is going to be next Tuesday for Edge of the Empire with our Star Wars campaign run by Daddy Tarzan 82855. Next Thursday will be a Tales of Varden Day. We will be diving back into our high fantasy save the world semi-pirate related campaign with much flower crowns and wholesomeness. After that, the following Sunday, we are looking at that point at Sunday the 4th? Nope, that's a lie. Sunday the 7th of September, we will be back into the Frontiers of Eberron Season 2 with our DM, Michael St. Gregory there. But yes, until then, go do all the social things and all the other stuff like that. And in the meantime, why don't I allow our wonderful and gorgeous cast introduce themselves, starting with, of course, Victor. Yeah, no, you.
Oh, hi.
You there.
It's me. It's me, Victor. Also known as Victor the Story Weaver. If you feel inclined to do some sleuthing and finding me and stalking me on the social medias, you may find some there. Who knows? I play Borrow, the wise monk who is definitely not in a particular predicament at all. This is cottagecore. And so we're just having a great old time, chilling and vibing, and that's it.
I guess that leaves me. Hello, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on most social media platforms, mainly active on TikTok and Instagram. If you like cosplay, special effects makeup, smashable monsters, D&D nerdy stuff, feel free to give me a follow. But today I am playing Xanthi Nightingale, the sorceress of the party, who is just trying her best to make sure everyone gets out of here alive, if that is possible, despite the insanity that is going on around her. And she's the one who's supposed to be losing her mind, not everyone else. So we'll see how this goes. I'm scared. Yay!
Hi, I'm Ren. I'm masquerade on the internet. It's 3 a.m. I play Janai, who is technically a half-elf in the body of a Thrycreen. It's a real long story. And also kind of currently the student apprentice of Burrow. Again, story so long. Catch up.
Hey guys, I'm Dia, also known as Diavel.cos on all social media. I play Fairuz, who is our lovely air elemental genie warlock, who, for the next half session at least, is not able to be held accountable for her actions because she is currently dominated.
Respectfully,
everything will be fine.
Absolutely incredible. And like Ren said, it is a long story. It's a story that is actually 56 episodes long by our count. So that means that if you want to see the rest of it, please go to the YouTube where we upload all of our, well, I should say almost all of our VODs. But you should be able to see pretty much the entire thing from I think it's from the third dimension on that everything has been cut for sure. But enough about all that. One full moment for intros. Thank you all so much. And without further ado, if I may. Nope, this one. Nope, that's the wrong one too. Although I do like this one. I wanted that one. Last time on the dimensional dial of Dr. Diago, our illustrious band of heroes got together finally after being split up at a buried tower known as Skyreach Citadel, formerly the seat of the Empire in Etheria, but now just a footnote in the desert. As our party had to make a very quick and stealthy exit, Aro decided to make a little bit of a diversion, as if the first one wasn't enough. And through some careful communication, most of the people made their way upward and outward to the surface of the desert above, with one person saying, "No blind monk left behind," and the pair of Baro and Xanthi having to make their own expedient escape as well. The group did manage to, through various methods of flight, make their way back to the wagon belonging to Fairuz, pulled by her lion drake, as Lonnie. And eventually the party began their journey back into the desert. They have a destination in mind at this point, as there is now a moment where it seems that the party has discovered something called a devastation orb. And through some tense talks about what may or may not be happening as the party goes down for a long rest, it is revealed that Fairuz's patron, Saban, wanted Fairuz to recover this particular artifact so that they might use it to seal the Scar of the World, a void that was linking the material plane to the elemental plane of air. Why would Saban want this to happen? Well, Saban was under the guise of just a Dao, a earth-related spirit elemental, as it were. But it turns out it was much more than that. Saban happens to be Ogremok, the Prince of Evil Earth. And yes, he wishes for the material plane to be blocked off from his opposing element. Which, speaking of, another Argomental happens to be also vying for power here. Baro has a conversation with one Yansi Bin, who brings to his attention that the wish that he has is for Baro to use the Naginata known as Windvane as a sort of key to fully open the portal between these planes and allow Yansi Bin to walk free. All of this in a game to gather more territory, gather more power, and rain destruction upon the plane material. Baro didn't much like this, if we can call it a deal. And Yansi Bin said that he would find another, and in doing so, used Windvane to dominate the Air Genasi Fairuz, forcing them to attempt to take Windvane off of Baro's sleeping body and abscond back to the Scar themselves. This also blocking Fairuz off from her patron, meaning Ogremok, and in a desperate plea, to not allow Feyruz and Yansibin to get away with this whole plot, a thundering of footsteps could be heard in Baro's dream space as a booming voice of the evil prince demands he wakes up. Will Feyruz be able to wrestle control of Windvane away from Baro and escape into the desert? Will Baro or the rest of the party be able to break this hold that Yansibin has on Feyruz? And what apocalypse does befall the plane material? These questions and more have yet to be diced. As I said, a thundering sound followed by the booming voice urging you, Baro, to wake up. As Feyruz, you have your hands grasped around the haft of a almost completely lightweight naginata. And this is the moment that, Baro, you regain consciousness, also with a sleeping body directly next to you.
I would say that having heard the wake up, Baro coming back to consciousness, sensing Petrichor near, and perceiving the other body hovering over of Feyruz. Immediately, Baro attempts to strike.
Well, okay then. Are you standing up before this happens, or just swinging?
Presuming that I get a sense of how the angles of this is happening, I would say that Baro doesn't need to go too far in order for him to strike if Feyruz is leaning to try to grab the weapon. So they're within proximity. There's not like they're literally hovering in his 5 feet. So I think this would literally be and it's also an open palm, very quick combination of like quick strikes and very specific points on Feyruz's body.
Understood. Me just trying to absolutely try and make sure that all things are fair in PvP. If you are still prone for this strike, you would have disadvantage.
Sure, why not? Let's keep it interesting.
She's squishy. You'll be fine. I'm pretty sure.
Let's keep it interesting. Let's see what the gods decide today.
Oh, she's not that
And
squishy.
what do we decide?
It was going to be an 18 and a 19, and the 18 just dropped to a 2.
Ooh,
So that's 12.
yeah, Feyruz, I'm gonna assume that a 12 does not hit you. Amazing. So yes, this strike comes in your direction. You able to react in the moment. You still unable to grasp the Naginata in this time, but that separation in this moment, as you then now have this moment between the two of you. Who would like to do what?
When Bar strikes out, does his hand immediately retract after? How is his flow of movement normally?
Yeah, I mean, depending on whether or not you allow it, Matt, like Bara would have been the type of like attempting to strike, and provided that he didn't strike and Ferrus is still up, he would come to a standing, just because he would be trying to then, knowing that Petrichor is there, he's now attempting to like get up, but he's holding the Naginata.
Mhm.
Like, let that be clear that the moment that he woke up, that Naginata is in his hand.
You should be sleeping. Victor, I would love for you to tell me what Bar's hit point maximum is.
That is a total of 124.
Fairies would like to cast Power Word Stun for he who has 150 hit points and less.
Okay. I do believe that means that it definitely works, and then on the end of his turns, he may make a Wisdom saving throw, Constitution saving throw. Alrighty.
And for that is her action. And if you would count, since he is incapacitated once the spell takes effect, she would like to reach for the Naginata and just gently pry it from his hands. We have found a way to close the breach. But we must be swift.
Baro, at this point, I would like you to make your first Constitution saving throw.
It's a 9.
Unfortunately, you remain stunned on your feet in this moment.
Okay, I'm not trying to pilot for KJ, but
I just got a message from KJ, and I know that they are also in the chat.
I felt it through the ether. I'm pretty sure.
In D&D Beyond, I am going to double checking who is fronting from that message. I am going to, in D&D Beyond, start with a flat 20 because I'm not sure who would be fronting at this moment. And I also do not wish for KJ to roll while driving.
It was Riley had the nightmare. I don't know who's fronting to him.
Me doing a quick check of some character sheets. KJ says that Riley would be fronting. So, 12 on the die, adding Riley's perception plus 0. So that is a 12. Oof. It's called Power Word. So a word is said. Fares, how naturally stealthy are you? What would be your passive stealth?
She has a +1 to stealth.
+1, that would make your passive stealth an 11, which would not beat a 12. Riley can wake up and see this, and this is going to be a weird thing. Can Riley unstun the monk?
Do I have the Naginata as part of the turn that I was taking?
You would, but you would have made it at most one turn away.
That's fine.
So can't be shaken awake. Riley could use Petrichor spells. Let me see if Petrichor has... You know what? Yeah, let me see what is on Petrichor's sheet, because it could be Lesser Restoration, which would remove the stunned condition. Me hoping that D&D Beyond just will work for me in this moment. Petrichor does have Lesser Restoration, so they may say whatever they may say. I do not want to actually speak for Riley, but running over to Borrow, and the light coming from their hands as Lesser Restoration removes the stunned condition. Borrow punched, power word stun. Borrow rolled, movement. Riley, Borrow, you would be up next in this loose initiative.
Immediately, as Borrow feels his body back into action, it's like the wind. It's like it looks like a step, and he's right on Fairbrew's. One hand going for a strike as the other hand is going for the Naginata. Are we doing this as like a one strike action? Is this like a full initiative?
I mean, it could be like a full initiative, although it looks like the order has been dictated just by fairness so far.
I'm asking just for the concept of like how many strikes can Borrow do per turn.
I mean, if Faeruz can get off a full spell like Power Word Stun, I would say that you are awake enough to take a turn.
Okay. Does a 16 hit, Faeruz?
Yeah, hits.
All right. Faeruz takes 13 points of damage.
What kind?
And I also need Faeruz to make me a con saving throw.
What kind of damage?
It's unarmed strike, so that's bludgeoning.
Bludgeoning, resistance to that, so halved. Would that be 6 or 5?
That would be 6.
6. And then the DC for the con save is 17.
14 on the con save.
You are stunned.
Cool.
Faeruz, you see as Borrow immediately as he's able to move again. It's probably happens simultaneously as you're probably grabbing this Naginata, probably planning on like moving it, taking it, doing something. As soon as while you're doing that, you feel the resistance as Borrow's left hand is on this thing, and then his other hand is just striking, just hits you on the joints between the chest, like the outer area of the chest and the shoulders on both sides, hits on the bridge of your like near your neck, and then just open palms your like the pit of your stomach. For the sake of this, since this is a full turn, even though they are stunned, and this is technically a multiple strike thematically, I am going to roll for another attack.
Uno momento.
Okay.
Faeruz, can you make a wisdom saving throw?
Ooh. Oh no, that was only a 13.
You are still dominated. Borrow, you may continue.
Continue. One more.
All right.
I will say thematically, because I know that KJ is in the chat and KJ has sight. Riley would have noticed that there isn't that same sharp clarity that's usually in Faeruz's eyes, that flash of mischief of perception that is normally there. And Barrow, while he can't see that, might have noticed that Faeruz seems to be moving almost in a faltering manner, as if a dandelion scene was being thrown about in the breeze, rather than being guided as she normally would. Proceed.
Second strike was an 18.
Hits.
There's once again 13 for half of that, so it's another 6.
Cool.
Bar is not going to do flurry of blows because as he does these multiple strikes to stun Beiruz and recover the Naginata, I would say that, and I don't know, you tell me, Matt, if this is allowed, but I know this Naginata is foldable.
Collapsible, yes.
Yes, collapsible. And so I think that Baro would attempt to collapse the Naginata to put it back in the bag, still carrying it in his hand, but making it a smaller target.
They're stunned until the end of your next turn. So, right? Is it the end or the beginning of your next turn?
Tell you right now, conserving throw will be until the end of your next turn. Yeah, so end of my next turn.
So you have a whole turn to collapse it and stow it.
Cool. So I think there is that moment after doing those 2 strikes. Baro kind of has a sense of this description of Fairuz seemingly moving differently. It's like he knows that it's Fairuz, but the rhythm and cadence is wrong. And so he tilts his head. He speaks to Petrichor. Something is
Riley.
Riley, Petri Riley. Something is wrong as he's folding the Naginata and stowing it into the bag, but keeping the bag in his possession in his left hand. And Baro is now returning to his staff.
Okay. Then that would be the end of your turn here. And
I would say that I probably would attempt to, since it's free, it's just
establish some distance.
Just establishing some distance. I'm going to retcon the folding of the blade if that takes my action.
Even stowing it technically would take your action.
Even stowing it would take my action. So I'm going to
adding something into or removing something from a bag of holding is an action.
So I'm retconning the stowing in the swapping because I'm thinking of Baro acting the way that he acted when he captured the NPC with the flying boots and how he proceeded to make sure that this individual was not taking advantage of anything that Baro could not predict. So what Baro does on his turn after the stun is that he proceeds to attempt, if allowed and permitted, to attempt to blindfold, gag, and bind Fairuz.
So if you do not wish to you were okay, so stowing it would take an action, so on and so forth. In combat, I would say using rope to restrain somebody would be an action to further bind it so that they cannot gag them. And then you're basically going to need a few turns to properly hogtie and gag somebody. But binding of hands or feet or mouth would be an action.
Would the taking the rope out be an action?
Taking it out, so long as it's not in the bag of holding specifically, which it's usually just part of your regular adventuring gear, would be a free action as part of that action. Because it's taking it out and using it. Same thing as drawing a sword and using it. It
Right.
is part of that action. So what's the most important to borrow right now with one turn?
Making Faerus the least dangerous possible. And
Okay.
he knows Faerus is not a melee combatant.
True.
Faerus doesn't fight with weapons. So Faerus fights with magic. He knows that magic requires components. Things like seeing your target. Things like saying words like the one that just stunned him.
Mhm.
So he's trying to basically nullify those things first, taking advantage of the fact that they're stuck.
The one way that Bara would know that would make her unable to do all of that would be keeping her stunned. That's for sure. Beyond that, the next thing that would, because Bara is also a spellcaster, you also have assistance from Riley, so I could give you any two of binding hands, binding feet, gagging, for lack of a better term.
I would start with the gagging.
Okay.
Since I got stunned with a word.
Entirely fair. And then KJ
And
also said mouth, so what would be the second option then?
The second one would be hands,
Okay.
because, try to grab the Naginata. Clearly there's an objective here, which is a physical object.
Perfect. That all being said, yes, with the two of you working while Faerus is stunned, you would have bound and gagged. Faerus technically still on their feet, but without either a sleight of hand or a strength check, Faerus is not going to be removing either of those bonds anytime soon.
Also, did you get another save for the second strike? The wisdom save that they did?
Oh, I
Since
don't think that I had them roll, but they would. Every time that Faerus takes damage.
It's a nat 24, 29.
Beautiful. Faerus, not only do you come out of being stunned, but you also come out of being dominated. And you come to, and you definitely feel like you just got punched really hard.
At what point in the bondage does Faerus come out of it?
Well, technically, if it was part of the strike, or the second strike.
Second strike.
Then Bara would have sensed the shift.
Yeah. Did you do damage on the second one?
I did.
Another
What did you?
It was the same amount. Like 6
Okay.
and it was the half of 13.
Perfect. Gotcha. Okay, I see that now.
Because if that's the case, if he would have sensed the shift in Faerus, as if like it feels more like her now, I don't know if he would have. He would have helped his action.
I can say that once she breaks out of that sudden haze, feeling like she got punched in the gut, she actually doubles over as if it's had like a physical effect on her. And you'll suddenly feel, we'll say for flavor, this sudden gust of wind emanating from her, just pushing out in all four directions. And she sort of collapses on all fours to the floor and says, Wait. Something very wrong has been going on here.
Speak further.
If I may, Riley is still insisting on binding Faerus's hands.
if I also may, there is a feeling of feeling Riley pulling on Borrow's robes, and Riley mentions that it feels like what Draven had done to her, which just sort of puts Borrow in this predicament of Feruz, speak.
Well, that thing has been in your possession. She points to the Naginata. Have you felt anything or anyone strange speaking to you as well? And this is, I'm asking because above table, I cannot recall whether Baro actually shared his experiences.
I believe he shared about Yasin being the Naginata, because I think people had a sort of like a what's going on, Borrow? You look a little weird, and he was like, I'm keeping this as under control as I can for the moment.
Yeah.
And you probably don't want to try to take this from me, right? So they would definitely, Feruz would definitely know of that. I think Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but the earth elemental that woke me up, other than the wake up, was there any other sort of visual or sensorial interaction
You
up in the
you just felt the stomping of the largest, heaviest creature that you could ever imagine in your dream. And while I say that you didn't hear, see, feel anything after you've woken up, this is not any form of domination, suggestion, or otherwise magical effect. But there is a feeling in the back of your mind as if somebody is telling you to knock Feruz out, to incapacitate them.
so it's still there.
It's not the one that you've been talking to with the Naginata. It's much more firm, resilient, structured in its thoughts. And while you don't hear words or anything, this feeling of something urging you to make sure that Feruz cannot attempt what she did again. And you're not compelled, you're not magically swayed in any way. This has as much effect on Borrow as if somebody was standing next to him saying, you should deck her in the schnoz.
Feruz asks if I have heard something speaking to me. And Borrow pauses for a moment, and I have something different this night. But I need to know what compelled you to attempt to come for this. And I think at this point, Borrow is collapsing the Naginata.
The aspect that was left in that, no doubt. There are exterior forces at play here, and I don't quite like being lied to. I'm terribly sorry if I did hurt you. If you would allow 20 minutes, give me a moment to ward us against any more unwanted surprises. I do need my hands for that.
Insight check.
Insight check.
$22.
That was a 19, but for persuasion. She's asking for 20 minutes to cast a ritual spell.
Do I sense any... Do I believe that the spell that she's trying to cast is indeed to protect us?
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to give a very slow, very barely noticeable nod your way. But in his mind, he's communicating with Riley. Stand ready. Be on the lookout. Whatever you and Petrichor may be able to do, be prepared to use it either against Feyruz or me.
You see Feyruz moving in a circle and dragging her feet in a very specific manner. It's almost spiraling outwards from the point where she started, these incomprehensible sigils, these runes. And as she keeps moving forward, you'll notice that some of the glimmer that decorates her wrists, the sound of the bells, each of them begin to fade away as the components that she holds within them are used up in the spell. For the next 20 minutes, she casts Forbiddance as a ritual spell, which creates a ward against magical travel that protects up to 40,000 square feet of floor space at a height of 30 feet or above the floor. So during this duration, creatures can't teleport into the area or use portals. And in addition, the spell damages types of creatures that she chooses, in which case she is damaging elementals who would try to enter this area in this 40,000 square feet. And you see as she finishes the initial 20-foot circular spiral, another strong gust of wind, innate, not bolstered by magic, spreads out further and stretches the spirals of sand going forward from the camp. The circle itself, where she began, encompasses the entirety of the area in which the party resides in.
Absolutely, it does. While you are doing this ritual, you start, as it is completing, coming to a close, I should say, you do start to hear a newer but familiar voice. I don't much think that that is the best course of action, new friend. I mean, we've only just started. Do you really want to kick me out so soon?
Well, if you want me to have a moment's peace to consider our next actions, you would allow me this. Does not work in, the twirling.
Feyruz, you will sever our connection in this moment. And we've only just gotten it back.
I'm not sure I did any such thing, actually. I think you lied to me, and I would like a timeout for the time being. Besides,
And there is...
it won't just be me to begin with.
There is a pair of grunts of frustration that are all of a sudden silenced as you complete this spell. Given your nature, I'm not saying you qualify as an elemental because you do not, but this spell does work against part of your physiology, and you feel you feel unwell having doing this, which kind of puts into perspective the lengths that you're willing to go to make sure that this is, as it were, a private conversation.
As the spell completes, Favors drops from a hover down to the floor. And for the first time in the time you've known her, she is completely still.
Given what Fairuz just cast, given the realm, the dimension that we are in, and given the two elements that Borrow has been familiar with, one of which is always beneath his feet, the other one he's studied most of his life, which also is aligned or attached to the weapon he's carrying and holding in his hand. Does he sense or feel anything on the ground or the naginata, folded naginata?
The Naginata doesn't shift in any way. It doesn't react, especially to Borrow's perception, as your attunement was forcibly broken. The ground, the air, the elements around you, all of that seems to be, nothing has seemed to have shifted or changed in any way in the area around you. But you are once again perceiving everybody through the vibrations coming from the sand beneath your feet. When you woke up, even though it was sand, we've said this before, sand makes things a little fuzzy. And even when you woke up, it was crystal clear where Faeruz was, where everybody was around you, the shifting of the sand and the winds. Now that things have calmed down, this seems like the same perception that Borrow has worked for years to develop.
Borrow senses the stillness in Fairuz. At this point, I think he will gesture to Riley to wake everybody up, because there's probably needs to be a conversation. But Borrow walks to have a moment with Fairuz as they land from the hover, and he sort of walks and gets really close, like a parallel facing in the different direction, as he sort of leans slightly and just very softly says, "How much time do we have?"
That's a fantastic question. I'm not sure if it's specified.
Thank you. I got it.
Oh, 1 moment. If I recall, it lasts a day.
Oh, wow.
I think it is a day, yeah.
We have 24 hours for this protection to stand. We have slightly longer before the orb may or may not detonate. No, before the orb detonates. But for now, we can plan accordingly.
As we are now facing something that seems to be quite unexpected for the both of us, I have to ask, Beirut of the Wind, is there anything you'd like to share with us that you have yet to share?
I have just found out I've been a puppet on a string for the better part of my life. And in doing this, I might never touch the weave again. So, I would like to share that I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. There's much more important matters at play, and it is prudent that all be awoken. We need to speak of what new challenges we face. I have some idea of how such things could possibly go, but it'll need the work of all involved, and even then I'm not sure that would be enough to dissuade two elementals of their caliber.
Very well. I think the party would like to hear your thoughts on the matter. And I think in his mind, Borrow, not knowing where else to direct this toward, he thinks of Ilmater as he just says, I am utterly out of my depth. Borrow is not a man of magic. His abilities are martial. His knowledge of magic is minimal and mostly just functional. The the concept of dealing with cool elementals and ores of destruction is something that is way beyond what any wise words of a sage man could ever say. And as he says that toward Ilmater, and he then takes a moment to sense the sands and the world coming back to the familiar perception that he's had, his mind goes back to his journey of the wind, and his mind then goes to Master Ugri. He just, it is one of those things that he doesn't know this for a fact, but it's almost as if he is visualizing him at the tower and through the wind whispering, I could use your wisdom now, Master. As a Star Wars theme sounds, because I just heard it. As I said it, I just heard the Tatooine instrumental going on.
You put out a lot of calls.
Listen, the older man sometimes got to call a friend or two.
Well, if I may, you don't get an answer right away. But what was asked to happen right away? KJ, welcome. Riley was asked to wake up the rest of the party, which would include Xanthi, Janai, and Clucky. Because a conversation is supposed to be had to kind of air out some grievances, if you would.
You know, I was watching the stream on my phone, so I didn't miss anything, but because of the time delay, I feel like I missed like 5 minutes of conversation here. Riley would...
KJ, is your phone next to the microphone?
Yes.
Can you move it?
Yeah.
Thanks.
I had it there because I had to plug it in. Anyway, Riley would slowly go and start waking people up, but I had more and I immediately forgot what it was. It's been a day, you guys. It's been a day. But yeah, Riley would go and wake everyone up, and I think the biggest thing that's noticed is that Riley's eyes don't ever leave Feyre's. And it's not in the same aggressive, predatorial is the wrong word to use, but like the daggers that they were staring earlier have toned down. There's still a massive feeling of distrust, but there's a undertone of understanding that now sits in their gaze.
I think Chennai's just disoriented, having been woken up, which is a feeling I relate to intensely. But is seeing everyone in like these states of in these states of the complete awareness, and is just immediately trying to get themselves together so they can be present for whatever this is. 'Cause this looks fucked.
Bara, when you said that thing about being out of your depth, was that out loud or was that in your head?
Which, when I said things that I currently said were not, the out of my depth was not was internal. The I could use your help, Master Agree was said very much in a whisper, almost like breeze coming out of his, like a release of air.
Good. Is everyone awake now? Good dreams, the rest of you, I hope.
I had a dream that I was killing a giant crocodile.
That is fantastic. I have no idea what a crocodile is. What's a crocodile?
Clucky goes on to explain in great detail what a crocodile is, but I'm certain that either Riley or Xanthi reins him in before, so that we can have the big old conversation, so that we can find out what to do with these two nuclear warheads that are with the party, for lack of a better term.
Xanthi is just gonna wake up. She's gonna, if Baro still has some of that tea that he usually makes in the morning, she will probably drink that and just do her usual feng shui, whatever meditation kind of shit that she needs to do.
I declare the tea canon. It is here.
So, this is what we're facing now, and Feyre's just sits heavily on the ground, no gross about it, and draws a single squiggly line and another circle. This is the orb of Orgamark, and this is the Naginata of Yansi Bin. Two very powerful evil, I will say evil, they are evil elementals of their respective.
Their precise titles are the Princes of Evil fill in the element, so...
Correct. They are evil. These are evil elementals, and I'm annoyed at one of them in particular. Anyways, that's not important. Orb, spear, orb. Both of these greatly powerful, both of these keys to unlocking their dominion over this specific plane. From what Sabat, I don't even know what to call him anymore. Orgamark. His name is Orgamark. His Lord Majesty Orgamark. Ugh. He told me his desire for this orb was for it to be detonated, and in doing so would cause another scar, another chasm within this world to open up. Except this time in favor of the air, it would be in favor of the earth. And so he would hold dominion over that. For that to happen, Yansibin's spear must be cast into the one in the sky and disposed of, closing that off and leaving one element in its place. Conversely, the same. If the orb were to be destroyed and the spear would to be... so much has happened. I feel like I've been hit by a train. If the spear was instead used to open the chasm even greater in the sky, that would allow air to flourish even further. And if the orb was destroyed, then air would reign supreme. Yes, we're all on the same page? Good. In my eyes, we have these two very powerful artifacts. Both of them want to use the other to destroy, to gain an upper hand, to be free of what has bound them in eons past. I'm thinking, because for their plans to be a success, one must remain intact, and the one left intact is to be the victor. I would rather neither of them win at all. You've been searching for a key to open your dimensions. Now, in the past, when you have used this thing to fuel the magic, and then the magic fuels a portal, was the thing consumed?
Hold, please. Your dimensional dial inquiry is very important to a 12-year-old child. Oh,
I made dice rolls behind the scenes as soon as this conversation started happening.
perfect.
This is Petricor's thing. Hasn't it kind of depended?
The first thing that you... So,
'Cause
original crystal...
The only thing I can think of that we've actually, like, used an item to charge it was the nuke. Everything else has been something given to it.
And the radioactive energy that was within the very unstable core of the nuclear warhead was depleted, as it were.
But it didn't destroy the item, just took its energy.
When you're talking about a magical item, though, that might be the case.
Okay. I assume there's that question asked, and there's kind of a little bit of a silence where maybe someone's trying to figure out what to say, and you watch Riley sit down crisscross applesauce, close her eyes, and take a really big breath. And as it exhales, the eyes pop open, and there's that more childlike innocence and excitement, if we're honest. It's like asking an autistic kid about their thing. Petricor just kind of smiles a little bit.
Well, we've only really pulled the energy from an item once. It didn't destroy it, just kind of used its energy. So, in theory, the item would still be there. It just would be inert of all its magical properties. But we've never actually tested it before, because everything else we've used has been energy given to it from, like, a living entity kind of a deal. But in theory, hypothetically.
I'll take that theory. It's almost as if magic is transmuted from one thing to another. So long as it's rendered inert, then it can't be used to blow up this world. I'll take that.
Then the question is, which one poses a greater risk at this moment? Because that orb you said has a threat to the realm after we leave.
Because if KJ's remembering correctly, you didn't specify. You just said that after we left, this could do harm to this dimension.
The Naginata, as it is of Yansibin, can be used to both close and open the portal itself. Ogamark's orb will detonate, and there's no if or water powder. Both need to be disposed of. And as Beirut speaks, you're getting this sort of underlying edge. There's almost like a blade behind every word, and it's not directed towards the party, it's directed towards the two elementals who have just fought over her. And you're getting the impression that Feyruz is actually quite a spiteful little individual. And the way she's seeing this is, well, if I can't win, neither of them will.
Matt, we've never tried this before because it's never been a real possibility.
Mm-hmm.
In theory, is it possible to use both of the items to charge it enough for 2 uses? Because we've never done that before, but that would allow both of them to be rendered inert here and now. Well, maybe not here, but, in this dimension. And potentially allow us further travel when we wanted to, not necessarily when we find the next item that allows us to.
Petrichor, make me a Arcana check.
I can do that for you.
I know you can.
And I'm so glad that because of things I've done in the past, I now have expertise in this. Arcana, you said?
Arcana indeed.
Okay. What does that say?
You have little guy.
I do have little guy. Helpful inspiration. Well, it's not inspiration. That's a better number. Plus 10. That's a 29.
29. I'm going to ask you a few questions as you are the note taker and you have the answers. What happened with the original crystal that was powering the dial?
The original crystal cracked.
And then became inert.
Yeah, and we went and got the weird stone, which is what is the current crystal that's allowing us to travel.
Absolutely correct. Why did the original crystal crack?
I do not have a note on that.
What happened with the crystal before you guys used it? Logic would dictate.
Because I don't think I had charged it. I think I just tried to use it.
It was just used from the point that you guys found it when Petrichor woke up and the party made it to Dr. Diago's lab. But before any of those happened, what would have been the last thing that happened with the crystal?
The big ol' explodey, which rendered me offline.
And what happened during that big old explodey?
The doctor disappeared. There was a shockwave.
Meaning that the original crystal was destroyed after its second use. Furthermore, what happened in the last dimension when you guys made your way back out to the dial in an attempt to leave?
The last dimension. Oh, we did the body swap.
Because what happened with the crystal?
I have to go back through my notes.
The reason why you all went on a bit of a journey is because your attempt to charge the crystal using an insufficient amount of magical energy caused it to crack.
But who the fuck is Barry? I think that autocorrected. That's supposed to be okay. I scrolled like a little bit further up and I saw what it's actually supposed to be, and I'm like, never mind, I know who that is. We did cast mending on it though. I remember that's in my notes.
Correct.
But we mended it.
Correct.
But it did do some funky things afterwards.
It did do some funky things afterwards.
So all of this to say that was insufficient power.
So do you think, so literally even with a 29, this is just giving you the knowledge of what you know has happened, because like you said, this is uncharted territory.
No.
It is entirely a theory. And even with a 29, the question is, could the crystal maintain that much energy?
The other suggestion is keeping one of them to use it for the next dimension. But that's still, well, I don't know. That's complicated. Because there's no guarantee that in the next dimension we'll be able to find something to allow us to do this. There's a very long stint of time where you can see that Petrichor is thinking, and is almost like you can see the equations. You can see it all happening. Pulls out some notes and papers that they've picked up from the doctor's paperwork from the dimension with Soul, which is the last one, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. And just kind of closes everything with a big huff. This is uncharted territory, and there's no way of knowing without trying anything. But insufficient energy has caused our first power source for the dial to break. The next time we tried and it was insufficient, it caused it to crack, which we ended up mending. So really the question is, I was thinking that we could just do both and allow us to do like 2 charges of using the crystal, but I don't know if the crystal would be able to withstand that kind of energy use that quickly. Granted, I don't know. It's trials, but I don't know if we're going to be able to find something that would allow us to charge the crystal this way. There's also the option that we could take them both with us, use one of them to charge it now and one later, but that can get funky via transferring dimensions. So it's a little iffy. We could use one to charge it, leave the other here, or find another way to drain it or destroy it, which is not an easy task, let me tell you. We could keep one with us to use later if possible, because I don't think the crystal can withstand both at the same time. That's kind of what we're working with.
Do not think it would be wise to carry either one of these items as we travel through dimensions.
That's my worry.
Not to mention that when we first arrived here, I found myself in the elemental plane of air, where I made it here. It could be risky to have that in our possession as we travel.
If if the orb is going to go off, detonate anyway, that would be the safer one. Safer. Yeah, safe.
Lesser of two evils. Essentially, you're taking out the more immediately dangerous thing, which we've done. I've used. Riley's using the term bomb. Not quite sure what that is, but we kind of did that once before, so I'm sure I can make that work. But that leaves the question: what do we do with the Naginata?
Janai,
Yeah.
how would you feel if there was a way to undo the folly?
Landros's folly?
The great big tear in our sky. It would mean no more updrafts, no more harsh winds, and Ogamark has told me that the mountains would fall.
Like
But
right away?
I don't know. I didn't think to question that. I heard the mountains would fall, and my thought went to what about everyone on the mountains? However, if it were to be closed permanently, that would remove another external influence of the elemental princes upon this world. If we give the
Right.
others warning, maybe, to evacuate, to do the least amount of damage possible.
So you want to. So you want to close the rift.
I think the concepted plan that I'm hearing is that you would have the tool to do so, evacuate as many you could off of the island before closing it, then you would close it, everything would fall, and you could move back in.
Precisely. The whole thing there is just like, they're falling, so then that's why we need to move everyone away from where they're going to fall.
Yeah, the problem is if this thing that you made is real good, but what if he comes through and gets you again? I don't think I can fight you.
I would hope you would never have to. But again, the ongoing risk is why I would rather neither of them get what they want. Ever, if we had anything to say about it. Or at least not in this world. Or in our lives. Whatever happens after that is beyond us.
So it would be like a sooner than a later thing.
Precisely.
Okay.
Petrichor.
Because the sooner affects us.
I'm going to try my best to make this suggestion fit Borrow.
I've been seeing you work that.
And I don't know, Matt can decide whether or not this can add to Petrichor's 29's deduction. But Borrow hears the whole thing about the crystal breaking because it didn't have enough force, and then if it's just too much, it breaks. Basically, the idea of like you cannot take energy that fast, like that much of energy as it takes it just kind of like overwhelms it. And Borrow's silent. I mean, he doesn't really have much to say in matters of magic, and he's silent for a long time. And he's just trying to focus on the things that he does recognize. He's hearing a material not being able to withstand the speed through which impact or energy is landed upon it. And as someone who lived with people who are all about honing their craft, and also people who focus a lot on stories that often have a lot of colorful philosophy in some of the simplest things in nature, Borrow turns to Petrichor, and you can see that this is like probably a very rare thing. You're seeing Borrow like take time to put words together, which is not a thing. Like he usually seems like he's just an encyclopedia of knowledge and wisdom. And suddenly he's actually trying to transpose something that in his mind is clear, but he doesn't know whether or not will translate. And so he starts with Forge Masters often, when creating a blade, will not just strike upon the anvil and the metal relentlessly till it's done. There is water that comes in between, then fire, then strike, then water again, then fire. And when you find yourself in a waterfall, the stones and rocks that are victim to the blessings of the water become softer, less sharp. Even glass, with enough time under the effects of certain liquids, suddenly loses its edge. Often, it's not about the energy, it's about time. And he sort of pauses, and his attention goes to Petrichor like,
I think I
did
catch the
not
drift.
make any sense.
I think there's a moment where it's like,
And then I feel like he'll finally just add, when the crystal is charged, must the charge happen always, fully, in one simple act.
in Petrichor's mind, the way I'm interpreting this is with what he's explained. Petrichor is sure there's a way to lengthen the amount of time it takes to transfer the energy from an item or energy to the crystal to kind of make it less impactful, is what they're getting. So, is there a way that I can think of in every time I've tried transferring the energy to lengthen out that process and make it easier for the crystal to handle necessarily, where then maybe it could take more power because it's not all in a short instance?
You can certainly try.
I knew that's what the answer was gonna be. You once again watch that kind of reeling back into Petrichor's mind and kind of running the numbers. This is where it comes down to, in theory, but until I try, I don't really know. I mean, I could start with we pick the orb, since that's what seems like the more dangerous of the two at the moment, and just take more time to transfer the energies, hoping maybe it'll be less impactful and less strain on the crystal itself. After the first one, though, I can't guarantee anything because I've never done it before.
Would it be safe to assume that if we were to try this, the best time to try it is now, while Favor's spell is up?
Here's the pros and cons. I recognized this spell that Feyruz did. I'd read about them somewhere, and I think I actually have the ability to do one similar, if not same. Safety-wise, location and ability are all here. This is the best place to do it, to draw from both of these without backlash from the entities they're tied to. But we also run the risk of breaking the crystal here and now and having to start all over from zero.
It is not much, but I think there is something I can contribute while we attempt this. And
I think
borrow.
it's possible. I hope. But it would take a lot out of me. I don't know how much help I'll be after this, because normally it's like a 2-minute thing to transfer the energy. Feyruz, how long does this protection of yours last?
We have all day. It's really 24 hours, 23 hours and a half now, perhaps. If you need respite, you can take so in my vessel.
What I could do is take as much time of this safety zone as I possibly can without running the risk of going over it to transfer the energies, which in theory would help lessen the impact because it's not all. And maybe could do it in multiple sessions, because if you're not using the energy that's transferred, hypothetically it should stick. But last time we tried using multiple different people's energies to siphon to help, we cracked it. So really it would be me doing this. And I'm a little nervous about the limits of my capabilities here. I'm sure it's possible. I'm just worried.
GM. I think. Hello.
Hi.
I think while Petrichor is going over this, I think Chennai, ever since it was brought up, this is not his forte, but knowing what he understands about like wind currents and force and velocity and what he thinks is happening in the rift, because it's still a place that they've never been to. If the winds were to suddenly stop, how long would the mountains have before they started falling? And like at what rate? Don't make me roll something wild for this, okay?
What would be wild?
I don't know.
What would be wild?
Literally anything. It's a wild question.
I would.
That's the territory we're in.
I would ask you to roll probably one of the two between a nature check or an arcana check.
You know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I am. They're the same number. I'll tell
Hey,
you
there's
much.
Someone asking for a physics check. There's so much theory happening in this session.
And that's
15.
precisely why. 15. And which check did you roll?
Nature.
Nature.
I don't know
The
arcana.
framing of this is looking at it from the standpoint of nature and how things look, how things work. The mountain ranges that float around Aetheria in a air current do not belong in the sky. You do know as part of history that they were not. They were part of the central mountain range that used to be called the spine of the world. And when that sort of opened up, those bits that broke apart, it is quite literally the air currents coming from the scar that keeps them aloft. Now, does that mean the second that the scar closes, it all comes crashing down? Does that mean that, much like a storm, there is a moment that the winds go from 70 miles an hour back down to their regular regular speeds? Nature does move in cyclical motions, and it doesn't respond too well to jarring changes. It's entirely a possibility that without something else keeping them aloft, these mountains might return quicker than anticipated. But there is another problem here. Now that the plot is unveiled, yes, it is terrible that Ogremok wishes to seal the breach and then potentially be in his own plans to make a breach of his own, but in a very different way. But there's another plot at work here. And so long as this portal to the elemental plane of air remains open, that influence will still permeate. Even if Yensiben just has this influence over the Naginata and whoever wields it. But
He
you
already
have
has an
proof.
in to this plane.
You have proof that there is more than one avenue for him to go about, and that is quite literally the warlock in your party, who is half air elemental herself.
So we have to do something about it. Okay.
It would, leaving the breach open would delay, if anything. And that has been made. That is a assumption that can be made from the conversations that Yancy Bin had with Baro. It could be the assumption that could be made on the flip side from what Ogremok has told Feyruz.
Okay. Janai will raise that in conversation with the others and then say, I'm not sure that we can not do something about the rift if you try to use the energy of the Naginata. It would leave us open still to Yancy Bin.
It's just a matter of how badly do you need a second key?
I mean, really, we don't. We've gotten this far without having two of them. I was more posing it theoretically in case it was better for circumstances to eliminate both of them here and now. But if you guys need one of them to potentially close that, and that's something that you guys need to do, go for it. We only need one.
By all means. Hippo, we've discussed you may have the orb as the biggest immediate threat. Would it be possible to use Naginata to close that and then take it with you?
Run the equations. What's the probability? Like, from Petricor's mind, already having kind of some familiarity with transferring energies between things, never to that application, but like what's the equations look like? What is?
It's how would we use the Naginata to close the rift in the first place?
That's kind of part of the equations. What's
Tara
the
knows.
Taro knows?
Tara knows how to close it. Actually, so does Favorite.
Victor's eyes.
She's like, what do
It's
you
like,
mean?
Me?
I feel like Fairies looks to Barrow, and Barrow can feel that gaze. Like, you want to say it or shall I?
This is Victor trying to remember.
I need a confirmation from you, Bartholomew, to make sure that I know what you are implying, because I'm currently not entirely sure.
Me wondering if Fairuz told you. Because I don't think Yancy Bin would have. I don't recall. So maybe? Let's just go with Fairuz definitely knows.
One can presume that it would be closed much in the same way it is opened, as would any powerful spell. For it to be done, it can be undone, but with how much care would be dependent on the method of the undoneness, so to speak. If there is, how do you call them, those routines of yours for each method of your way of the wind.
Throwing on top of that, because I was just looking through my notes and it would have popped up in Petricor's head. You remember when we cracked the crystal when we tried to recharge it with an insufficient power and we body swapped? The Raven Queen had told us the only way to body swap back was to do the same thing we did when it to cause it in the first place. So reversify.
Borrow. Petricor, you feel, you know that me saying Borrow looks at you is not that he's actually looking. His eyes
It's
are
the
not
feel.
even.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, you have come to know this well, that when Borrow has his attention on you, is very present.
Mhm.
And you're talking about this reversal thing. And he's looking at you. And it's not a very you have an inkling that he's concerned that what this conversation could potentially lead to. And so when you mentioned the reversal, Barrow is incredibly still and silent for a moment. And he simply says, this Naginata was the key to Leandros' folly.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that this key is that which could close the folly.
Mm-hmm. Petricor does a quick You feel the mental connection through the earpiece. You're scaring me a little bit. What's going on?
You just sense in the communication through the earpiece the simple equation of Leandrus's folly. The Naginata prevails, not Leandrus.
As that communicates over, I've been watching a D&D game, and the only way the mental connections ever happen is like a Discord chat. You can feel the first immediate thing that comes across is like a probably overconfidence in understanding what you're saying, potentially you not surviving closing this. And there's an overconfidence in, but we don't have to worry about that because I'm here and I can just heal you. And then a pause in consideration that this is stuff we haven't dealt with before, and higher power energies have been fickle in the past. And what I've been trying to do, and I haven't found it in my notes, and I was gonna message Matt about it. If I'm remembering correctly, Petrichor has successfully done divine intervention once, but I don't remember how many days ago it was. Because I can't find it in my notes. I don't remember what dimension it was that I did that. Because I have the day tracker. I just don't remember what dimension it was.
What did you use it for?
I don't remember, but I
remember
some
you
reason-
using divine intervention, but it wasn't Petrichor. It was during the fight with the dragon when you guys were playing goblins.
Is that when it was?
I know for sure that was when it was, but I don't know.
That
if
might be why
Petrichor
it's
has
not
also
in
done
my
it.
notes then. That actually would make sense. So there's that overconfidence of, oh, but I can heal you. Then the trepidation of, but things are fickle and this is unknown territory. And then sitting just above that fence line is a, even if I can't bring you back, I have a hand in a pocket of somebody who could. So there is that trepidation and that fear, but a hopeful energy of they're pretty sure they don't have to worry about it. And then you'd be fine. I've got you.
Borrow has a Borrow is finding himself surprised with himself. Borrow anticipated Petrichor being afraid and wanting to then just pivot. And finding himself proven wrong in his own mind gives Borrow a different kind of encouragement. Because to him, it means the child is growing, and I have continued to journey down a path where I still have to learn. And I still hold fears that make me think I know what comes next. And if it is through that realization that he then connects the dots of, or rather revisits the concept of his wandering life as a single individual wandering monk, to then finding his journey to the party, and the concept of teamwork and unity suddenly starts to overlap into another thought. And he tilts his head in a sort of very subtle eureka moment as he goes, turns his attention to Janai, and then he simply says, I am not the only wielder of the wind in these lands. And if we are to fight the darkness of the wind, we do not have to do it alone. And Baro is referring not just to Janai, Baro is referring to the temple and all the followers of the Way of the Wind.
I think Janai will get the gist of what you're saying, and then are do you mean you want them to help us right now, or help keep the mountains from crashing when we do this?
Yes.
Okay, that's a both answer.
So what I'm thinking of from that, Baro initially got in trouble when we got here for doing a style of fighting that was Landros' folly, from everything that we've heard. We could teach a handful of other of the monks that way, so that it's not just one person closing the rift, but multiple, which will then expand the energy that's used to do it, therefore, hypothetically, allowing everyone to survive whatever it is, and then the rest of the monks could help either delay or control the falling of everything else. And that doesn't just have to reside to the monastery here. Anyone who's a follower or uses the winds to their advantage could potentially learn to help with this. It could be a big effort, hypothetically.
But would they be open to it? Actually, Matt, would they be open to learn that
We
technique?
know that there's one monk, there's one teacher right
Just
kicking
one.
ass just by suggesting this.
So here's my thing. I've met your grandmaster and he is such a peach, but where you're going wrong with this approach is that you're asking for his blessing. We're not asking, we would be informing, and it is up to them whether they choose to help or otherwise. But this will happen, whether they want it to or not.
That's kind of what I was thinking. You ask people for their help with the understanding that this is going to happen regardless, and then they can decide if they want to help in a piece of saving the world as they know it.
Do they want to be seen as the heroes who assisted in closing the rift, or do they want to be seen as the cowards who are too afraid to do so? All of that would get at its pride well and good, wouldn't it?
It's not heroism or cowardice, it's fear. But I think that if we are to try this and try to aid to make sure that this place is safe from the rift, it is only fair that everyone capable of contributing be given an opportunity to be a part of it.
Which, hypothetically, if this is still dealing with magics, although elemental, monks who can learn the way, the form, could help. Anyone with druidic measures could help out, because that's nature. Even people like myself with more godly persuasions could potentially help if the element they're with could assist in some way. There's a lot of different people who could help in this effort, not just the monks.
There is indeed, however, a thing to consider. I cannot teach the that I was discovering, because then to teach it as such would be to leave the door open yet again, and all it would take would be the curious ambition of an individual to bring this place back to the same. I believe that what I need to do is teach the reverse. But once this spell is down, Yan Sepian's influence will be free. And if it's already free in this realm, we do not know where else or who else we approached. So whatever we do, Borrow turns to Fairuz. How often can you summon this?
Reminds me, the ritual spells do not consume spell slots in the exchange for time used to cast them. Is that correct?
Correct.
That is
Interesting.
correct. However, what I will also say is that with this being a duration of a day, like, yeah, you have a full 24 hours to even get a spell slot back if that was the case before.
It's true.
Yeah.
So, this is my suggestion. Fairuz is to cast this spell at the center or above the temple as we decide to address those there, to avoid the potential manifestation of any elementals as I seek to speak this matter. And we are to continue Fairuz's spell repeatedly as we prepare for this.
If that's the case, uh, hypothetically, that means we're spending a couple of extra days, in which case I could do the energy transfer over a much, much longer period of time. Just for experimental purposes, since we're not doing more than one item, but just to see what the difference in efficiency is while you guys work on that. Or I could do it now, whatever works best. I don't know how much time is on this thing.
Yeah. On that note, Matt, how long was it again? For
You
the
are
destination? It was under 3 days.
currently, you are currently at about 55 hours left.
Okay, so probably should do it now.
Yeah. Time is short.
I don't know that.
It's alright. I was also like checking, like it was 60 something. I can't
Yeah.
Just 3 days.
Would you like to know it, Petrichor?
Kind of? Yeah?
Perfect, because some 200-ish feet away, everybody hears a wee bit of a voice. A wonderful plan and all, but you don't much have that much kind of time.
Is that the fucking... Is that the Grand Master?
Do come closer, I do hate yelling so much.
Petrichor will
And
pop
that
up.
is where we are going to go to our break.
Amazing. I love this guy so much, even though he's so frustrating to talk to.
We have a 5-minute little, we're just going to run the starting soon screen again to bring us down 5-ish minutes. And yeah, we'll see you guys on the other side. Take care. Why doesn't it want to play?
Who knows?
Give me the reason
Double
why
feature.
you
Let's go.
don't want to play. Oh, that's why I'm clicking on in the wrong spot. There we go. So, we return to the scene. As I said, about 200 feet off, a short and hunchbacked, not hunchbacked, well, I mean, I guess so, hunchbacked, very simian looking humanoid wearing some flowy looking robes that is standing in the middle of this desert, beckoning you all closer. As he says that he doesn't think you all have the amount of time that you think you do.
Or has a slight smile across his face for a moment. There's a sense of relief, sense of gratitude. And he's making his way to the master.
Petrichor will follow.
Alrighty. Anybody who may follow absolutely does so. As you approach Master Ugri, he smiles up at everybody and just says, "Quite a precarious place you've chosen to make your camp this morning. Did I wake you up?"
There has not been much rest.
I mean, rest is a very integral part of maintaining a healthy schedule for anybody. You should know this. This was in the first chapter of my book.
Indeed, I think there was no chapter that mentioned trying to deal with two elemental planes from destruction.
Nope, I did not write that one down. Maybe I should write a second one.
I was ready to go.
Two elemental planes. Whatever could you mean?
The elemental plane of earth and air are currently vying for dominion over our world.
Yes. Go on.
As in right now, like not in like a theory, as in two active elemental evils are trying to. I forgot what this was like. Just for a second.
Janai, the elemental planes have been vying for control ever since the primordial stew that made up the entire planescape has decided to break itself into much smaller, manageable pieces. At this point, where do you think that our oceans come from? Where do you think that the magma below the crust comes from? It all comes from these elemental planes. So some are a little closer than others. They've been close before. They'll likely be close again. But what does that have to do with you now?
And Janai just gets that creeping sensation of someone asking him a question, but that's not the question that they're asking. And it's just. I and it's just gonna turn to borrow for help.
Did you not teach them this yet? I left explicit instructions for them to be in your care and tutelage.
I am quite sure, Master, that one of the things that you would teach me as well, if I were to tell you that I were to stick to instructions, is that sometimes life will give you instructions of its own.
Life is fickle that way, isn't it?
Indeed. And right now, I suppose the concern is not whether or not the elements and how they function are part of this plane, but that deities that are aligned more with destruction than balance are seeking to claim their position, It is not the serenity of the wind seeking to create more ripples in the scar, but something with ambition, something with intent that may very easily cause someone else to folly.
You mean the great cloud, as it were?
Indeed.
The master of evil air and the shadow of the four winds. They do love their titles, don't they? I think it takes up too much time.
I agree.
I will say this. It has been not just my duty to hold back this great cloud. Yan Si Bin. What does the C stand for? Anyway, the first bits of defenses against this individual was in fact your own sibling many, many, many years ago. That's why he decided on self-exile and why he left the wind vein near the monastery. Now, not to say that this was solving the problem. It's not a problem that one easily solves. It's not 2 + 2. Obviously, that's 3. Clucky goes, right! And you've already mentioned that there is one way to seal the scar. But you worry, of course, as well. What is to happen afterwards? The monastery itself will be in danger. And you have, in a way, already seen and, gives Barrow a look. Already seen your greatest ally in accomplishing this goal.
Wait, I need to hear that again.
He says that you have already seen your ally in accomplishing this goal. Silver is not quite the color that one would associate with one who calls himself the Shadow of the North Wind, now, is it?
I am not sure I follow, as I would not be able to see it.
Oh, but you did.
So
Just as I did.
so glad someone else doesn't follow him.
Just imagine Barros just hearing Janai mumbling in the background. Conversation.
It's just a very tiny psychic whisper. It's just thank goodness, because it's just me all the time.
It's not just you, it's everybody.
Ah.
So, just to be clear above table, Matt, they are referring to the lines that Barrow saw in the elemental plane of air.
Is he?
Mother, listen, I'm an old man, okay? My memory ain't what it used to be.
I'm an older man, actually.
Don't you fucking Silver.
That look looks heavy, Borrow of Wheatfield. Such broad shoulders you have, but they don't need to carry such heavy looks. Not by themselves, actually.
There is much I have chosen to carry I never carried before. I suppose my shoulders are trying to keep up.
I will tell you a secret. There has always been those who would oppose the coming storm of evil air, and even the deep rumblings of Black Earth. They are here for all of you. I must say, though, that I do wish that she could tell you this better herself, but it kind of leans in. She's not much of a talker.
Who isn't much of a talker?
The silent one, of course. Did you hear her now? On every calm breeze.
There's a duality in Borrow's train of thought. There is Master Ugri asking, can you hear her now? His senses of perception and tremor sense coming back to the way that he has always carried them. He's eager and curious to listen, and at the same time he's afraid, because in his mind he keeps hearing the conversation he had with Master Ugri, where Master Ugri told him what he would need to do. And so his head tilts slightly in Petricor's direction just for a moment before he sort of settles back neutral, takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and just lightly taps with his staff a couple of times as he exhales and goes silent and tries to listen.
You exhale and try to listen. Petrichor, Faeruz, Janai, Xanthi, even Clucky, waiting to see what's going to happen, what Borrow might hear in this moment. And the stillness in the desert takes hold. And you listen. And what you finally hear after a good amount of time in silence. Oh, not from there. She can't talk to you there. You sit. And he holds out his hand. And as you look weird, he kind of leans in and goes, as a spark of radiant energy happens between you and him. She doesn't like this. None of us do.
Sorry, Master Ogre, I do not understand.
She does, and points to Feyruz.
Baro is at a loss.
She
This is-
kicked us out.
Is he standing beyond the circle of the forbiddance? Is that what he wanted us to approach?
40,000 square feet is equivalent to being 200 feet on a side. He is 200 feet away from where the spell was cast.
The spell
but
did
wait.
not encompass spells. It was elementals.
No, but.
Yes, deny.
I'm here. No, because Master Ugri went on the wind and just went away. Did he become part of the air when he did that?
But who is she?
I don't know.
I think, okay, Baro,
Like Petrichor had been when we came over, sat down and was going back through the doctor's notes to try to become more comfortable with lengthening the time of energy transfer, and then at some point kind of like stopped and has been looking so confused and has had like tried everything in their power to not interrupt conversation and let things happen, but it's just like, huh?
Petrichor, you hear Baro get your attention through the earpiece. And you see him remove the bag where the collapsed Naginata is, as he just places it on the ground with the hint of, keep an eye on this, because I do not want to step outside of this with the Naginata coming out of the spell. And so as he places the Naginata, waiting for you to come get it, there's a small... His hand races first, and you see his hand sort of race and kind of pause for a second before it lands on your head. And then he sort of brings you in for a hug. He just... You don't feel... There's not like a dramatic farewell thing about this. It's almost as if through the connection, it's almost as if you can feel this sense of, I haven't expressed my care for you in a long time. And this is as good a moment as any.
With that energy being received, for the first time
in a while, because it doesn't happen often, you can feel Petrichor and Riley's essence at the same time. And they return the hug in equal measure before tying the pouch, for now, to the belt and taking a step back.
You just hear him leaning close to your top of your head as you just hear, I guess what they say is true. They do grow fast. And then with that, he sort of lets you go, turns around, and steps to meet Master Ugri.
I think Janai is following, like not like at your heels, but following behind you in case anything happens. Because I know Master Ugri, and if this is sub Master Ugri, I might notice it faster than you.
I will say Xanthi's probably following the same. She is, considering Barrow's previous actions and how he has been acting, she's still a little bit paranoid as to how Barrow's going about things. And she's just like, is this the actual Barrow, or is this something that is being fronted currently? So she will probably follow Janai just to make sure there's nothing like shitty going on.
Bar, you reach forward, take the master's hand, and he, not forcefully, leads you past that boundary line and lets go of your hand. And only at the most metaphorical sense do you hear it. A sound isn't picked up. There's no vibration or ringing in your ear that you can speak of, but it feels like you are hearing something. And as you try to perceive that, and now you feel a small, gentle breeze that seems to go skirting just along the boundary line. And as that breeze happens with this sort of pressure that you hear through your perception, you see silver lines coalescing through this breeze as they appear to be doing what one might call protective laps around the boundary line of Faeruz's spell. And in this moment, some of those lines coil around you, starting at your feet. And it begins to look humanoid. And it looks and feels like this feminine humanoid form is giving you a hug.
Do we all see this?
No one else sees this.
Okay.
Has Barrow felt this before? In this
No.
way? There's a part of Borrow that would like to take the time to just relish on this. But Borrow, being one that became very aware of the senses he does possess, he's not only sensing the hug, he's also feeling the dirt beneath his feet. And in this moment, Borrow has a bold thought, one that maybe even comes more as a impulse and reflex of maybe a thought or a knowledge of something he once read, rather than like a very thought out idea. But he feels this hug, and he speaks to this feeling, to this humanoid form. The way you must be is in balance with the rest. Wind, earth, fire, water. Is there such thing as a keeper of you all? If you are here to protect, and you work in tandem and unity with the rest, can you help me meet them?
And you are addressing this form, not necessarily Master Ugri. You are addressing the Silent One, as you have been introduced. This form puts a little bit of distance between the pair of you. And shakes her head, reaches out a hand, placing what would be one finger pretty much against your chest with a small nod. And then as she backs away, you see this form raise one leg and bring it down suddenly. The swirl of silver coiling around what would be her foot as it touches the ground.
Borrow sees the motion, feels his toes, and then proceeds to imitate.
You do that same thing, and this is one way for you to perceive. You've known what would be tremor sense for some time. And where are you trying to perceive with this stomp?
Down.
You
He's sending it to the earth, also the way to the center, to that fire that Master Ugri spoke of, to the roots of trees that use the soil and the water to feed, to sustain themselves. Was reaching down.
You send this wave of energy down through the sand, and you don't feel anything. Would I be remiss to say that Bara would? Actually, no, I'll frame it this way. When you don't feel anything, the form in front of you nods and does it again.
Aro senses the stump once more in front of him, but this time he focuses on the silver reaction around the foot when the impact happens. And as Baro attempts a second time, his foot doesn't reach the ground. He basically attempts to stomp the air just inches away from the soil, as if to create a boom of wind to make the connection, so that the impact happens, but the wind has also a spread.
You do this, and the sand beneath your feet creates like a little bit of a void. And then afterwards, like the erased sand trickles back down a little bit into the hole as she and makes the stomping motion harder.
Baro stucks his staff on the sand next to him. And this time he takes a wider stance. His toes curl in the sand. And now he's trying to focus on the wind, not just of this figure in front of him, but just everything. As if he's trying to sense the grains of sand that are traveling in the air. And he creates a motion with his body first, as he then makes a move, raises one leg, swaps, and then just makes a stomp with his whole body. This time, it's almost as if he's trying to stomp as if he wants to see the world. Like he wants to literally make every single grain of sand, every single stone, every single surface that there is to vibrate, or rather for him to find the frequency so that he may vibrate alongside them.
You Baro, make me a perception check.
Perception, you say?
With advantage.
Thank the Lords. Will a 29 suffice?
With a 29, you perceive as this energy that you've created pushes down through the sand to where it becomes sandstone and pushes deeper, finding what was granite, marble, other solid stones before pushing deeper again and again and again until you hit what you can only assume is bedrock. And as it reverberates out, not the whole world, but you do see winding tunnels carved in the earth, pockets of where caves would be, creatures that have moved through. And almost as if it is directly below you, miles and miles and miles beneath the earth, you hear a ringing sound. And to your perception, it's almost like there are the tiniest points of blue, 2 of them, spaced just a little apart, that then look up to you. Or are they looking down? And after a moment, all of the energy that you put out coalesces down, focusing right above those 2 blue points into what looks like a very large foot that descends away from you and stomps, revealing roots of trees, the coils of different ores, minerals, and things throughout every single space of the earth. Underground streams, magma flows, all of these things that are connected through the earth of Aetheria. And as it hits the bottom of your foot, you hear the word coming from a soothing and serene feminine voice. Soonest. And I'll put that in chat for the note takers.
Smash?
What's Barrow's immediate reaction?
Honestly, I think the knee jerk would be just borrow. It literally is just that, like, what do you do? Like, if there's, like you literally stomped in the earth, looked back, and just said a name. You're like, borrow. Yeah. See, I too can speak. I think that's probably his first reaction. But I think the overall, I think the overall feeling that Borrow has is, and maybe he says this out loud, I think he says this in both to Sunis and the, the Silent One. I sense you. I search for you. And yet, I know you're always there. Yet, even with ground beneath my feet and wind caressing my face, I still feel lost.
The next thing that you hear, it seems to me that you've reached the true stone.
What am I to do?
Your attachment has always actually been the world beneath your feet rather than the air that carries you through the rest of the world. Not to say that the things you have picked up from the way of the wind are lost, but there are areas where the planes touch and coalesce and work together. I'm sure a more studious mind might call them para-elemental planes. But one does not have to. One must not go by one teaching and forego all others. Sure, I did, but that doesn't mean it was right.
Is there such thing as a right thing, mister?
There are for sure wrong things. And I can assure you this from our Silent One. She cares for those that have learned to live with the influence of her plane in their world. There are those who have sought to live by similar teachings. And she will not let them fall without grace and care. In fact, she keeps Yan Si Bin away. She always has. And borrow in this moment with your perception, you see this form, this Silent One, give yet another nod. But then their gaze turns away from you.
What direction?
They are looking at Janai and Feyruz.
I think Bara is going to gesture to both Janai and Feyruz. And then gestures them to approach. Would you join me?
Chennai is almost there already, so just passes over the barrier.
Rivers would follow, but stops just short of the bounds of the barrier. Just in caution, knowing that if she was to take one more step into the sands, as far as she's aware, Saban might reach out again. But she will ask you, is this far enough? Or further still?
I think Bara will gently reach out, like extend its hand through the barrier toward you with a gesture of trust me.
She extends her hands and slowly takes yours, and her touch is bone cold compared to previously, as if part of the life has sort of seeped from her in the time that she was in that barrier, but her grip tightens and she moves forward.
Bara will guide her out and make sure that he doesn't let go of her hand. he wants to, in his mind, he's trying his best to whatever this silent one is protecting through him will also be with Fairuz as they step out of the barrier.
Feiruz and Janai, almost like you hadn't noticed its absence until you stepped forward. When you both break that boundary, there is a very soothing, gentle breeze that was not there previously. Like the cool wind on a very hot day that brings you this sigh of relief. Not strong enough to carry one through, but like Janai would. Not one that would, not one that would bring such memories as Feiruz would have. But definitely a moment of solace for the both of you as you feel this. And Borrow, you watch as this figure places one hand on each of their shoulders. A feeling of wanting to protect, a feeling of hope, a measure of concern. Almost like a mother looking over their children.
Is this something that we can now see or something that we also feel?
I would say that the pair of you are at this point not as in tune with the wind to see. You get this feeling about you with this breeze as it comes. But whether or not it is actually an entity that you guys are seeing is not it's not something that you guys would be aware of. It doesn't feel like there is a hand on you. It doesn't feel like somebody is looking at you.
The master spoke of a she. Is this her presence now?
Silent one. The one that keeps Yansibin at bay. The balance.
You can see. Sorry.
Or was
Well,
it
Janai.
balance?
Janai could see the bit of cloth that partially covers Vera's face just shift as she smiles and bows her head low. We thought she had forsaken us for some time now. The one they call the glorious Zephyr. The princess of good air. But where there is one, there must be another for balance and counterbalance. I forgot what this has felt like.
I think Janai remains quiet, but there is a relief of tension that you didn't realize he was holding on to, as if he allows himself to be buoyed a bit by something else. So if she's here, then what do we still need to close the rift as urgently?
I feel like that's a question that Bobby tries to convey to the silent one.
You don't need to convey it. She is here after all. And give me the phrasing on the question again, because I have to translate all of this into interpretive dance.
If she's here, do we still need to close the rift as urgently?
Borrow, you would see this form almost takes a deep breath before nodding their head, as if a moment of as urgently, no, but it must be closed. Sort of a sooner rather than later, but
Do you hear Janai as Borrow answers as if hearing someone saying something and then he responding is, yes, they will have it so. It must be closed.
I suppose if she has been here all this time, then she has been working very hard to keep them at bay.
Borrow has an idea.
Oh dear.
Petrichor, you sense Borrow inviting you to join as well. With his free hand, did you see him gesture for you to join?
Petrichor will take the bag with the Naginata off of the belt and drop it. Well, not drop it, but
I'll
set
let
it.
you know to bring it.
There's a moment of hesitation as the child is the one carrying this. Will slip it back on the belt and will slowly reach for your hand and step over the boundary line.
I think Borrow, he's trying to get everyone to have a sense of this that's happening. So I think he would ask everyone to take the moment to step out and maybe stay connected to the group so they can feel this presence. He will even ask Clucky too, as a way, letting Clucky know to sort of step outside of the barrier where the group is slowly lining up, and tell Clucky to spread his wings to feel the air. When Petrichor comes close to him, he sort of holds them close and leans down and whispers, "Close your eyes and just listen to the wind." And one of the things that Borrow will pose to the silent one is, can you bless this weapon so that it may become the fixer of that which broke?
Me getting order of operations correct. So you lead everybody to step forward, and then afterwards you would pose this question. When you get everybody to step forward before you ask the question, the form looking at Clucky, Petrichor, Xanthi, the whole party out here now, basically, you see as it almost laughs, like a playful giggle, before falling out of its form into this silver wind that goes around you and then goes quickly through the whole party. Borrow, Feyruz, Janai, your clothes, or your robes rather, like ruffle up. Petrichor, same thing through your various bags and different things that you have. A moment coiling around, almost as if something has picked up and played with the charm that you got back from the very first dimension. Clucky specifically, this air ruffles through your feathers as if you yourself, Tarzan, was running fingers through your own hair. Almost to the point as if like pushing upward into your wings, as if a you know, like words, as if a, like, you know, larger figure than you, like a parent or something, would try to scoop up a child, as for a moment you're not flying, but you are lofted into the air. And after this moment with everybody, the form coalesces again in front of Aro, looks down. You said that you had the Naginata out, or?
I thought it's still in the bag because it's on my belt.
Yeah, it's technically still on the bag, on the belt. That's what
I have it.
figure it might be safest not to take it out if the answer is no.
She kind of looks to you, looks down to the belt where you indicated, and she reaches a hand forward and goes. This is more so her communicating than an actual event that happens, but reaches towards where this item is that you indicated before, or reaches forward and then brings the hand back like a child touching a stove, and then looks to you and shakes her head.
Immediately, Petrichor senses in the communication we can bring it back into the barrier, referring to the bag with the Naginata. I think he poses the question after that to both Sunis and the Silent One. Will we suffice?
A hand reaches out to caress your cheek, and you see this figure smile.
Or closes his eyes, feeling that. and nod slightly. Is the time now?
Before she answers, I think you only have a little bit more than 2 days.
Well, that's only if I don't actually do something about it, in which case, then we'd have more time.
There's only one way to delay this eruption, as it were, and that would be to contain the orb's magic, specifically in a vessel designed with magic from the elemental plane of air. This, though, would not destroy or dispel the orb in any way, but it would trying to think words. Sorry, I was just thrown off. It would halt the progression of the clock that has already started.
So, not what we were talking about earlier?
If you're able to siphon its magics as you plan, I mean, so long as you're successful, which it sounds like you've been successful several times, then there should be nothing to worry about. And he, crouches down, does the squat, elbows on the knees right in front of Petrichor, now probably looking up and goes, "Are you going to succeed?"
Yeah.
That's the attitude. Here, and hands you a mango before standing back up.
Petrichor will take it and will take the step back into the barrier and kind of sits back down with the notebook and everything, and really, while everything else has been going on, is getting as comfortable as possible with the quote-unquote equations and mechanics of how lengthening the transferring of energy process would look like to do it as successfully as possible. And would, for the first time in a hot second, probably even throw out a prayer to the Raven Queen for assistance.
Ooh. What does that prayer look or sound like?
Petrichor doesn't pray in any structured way. I feel like we've talked about that before. More like has a conversation one way most of the time, because gods are gods. As they're flipping through the book and reading through what's applicable to the situation and going back through previous experiences, what's worked, what hasn't, just kind of gently throws up, "Could use any help you've got. I can only do so much with what I have. Or maybe I'm missing something, so fresh set of eyes could be helpful." And we'll just kind of go back into what they're doing.
Okay. So, the group does the entire group return back to this area?
He's currently doing somersaults.
Master Ugri kind of looks up as you're doing that and just goes, "How'd you learn to do that? I would think you have too much muscle to be able to be that aerodynamic."
This is the first time he's kind of, been suspended in air without actually exerting himself, so he's having a blast right now.
He kind of like looks up at you, kind of looks down, like adjusts the pants that he's wearing, looks up again, and tries to somersault, kind of like taking off into the air with you.
And that was the last time anybody heard or saw Master Race.
If most people are going back into the area of forbiddens, I do want to touch on one thing. Feyruz, when you turn to leave, you don't remember your feet sinking into the sand. When you go to move, other than the weight of the sand, there's no resistance. But you can swear that, like, if you move left foot, then right foot, when you move the right foot, it seems that for just the briefest moment, the sand that is clinging to your foot, heel, and ankle is shaped like a hand. And then you walk back into the area of forbiddens.
For that split second, Bar would feel Feyruz's hand tighten in his, and for a moment a second hand comes to clutch his wrist before it relaxes and let's go.
It's a gentle smile on his face. There's gratitude for Feyruz trusting him and stepping out. Matt, there's something that I want to ask you because I don't know that we ever established this. Or rather, maybe I don't think we've gotten there. The book that Borrow has, we picked up in a few dimensions ago. I don't think that we have determined whether or not he finished it and he has just been continuously reading it, or if he has not finished it up to this point.
Sorry. I believe that we had said that this is a book that you actually had read before during your studies at the monastery, and then you found another copy and you started to read it again. This time now focusing on the fact that you can read that there is Braille, and it's kind of like a deeper insight into the way of the wind, more than just like history and encyclopedic things. I believe we established that you actually learned Orin by reading this book. I would say that you, if you're not done with it, you're darn close.
I think the last thing Borrow sort of poses toward the elemental beings that he's in connection with, perhaps to Ugri as well, is the I do not what is the path? Is there such a path for one who may belong to more than one element?
You're asking Master Ugri, or you're asking yourself, Master Ugri? He kind of pauses mid in the air, kind of like looks, serious conversation. Comes back down to that border between the Forbiddens and the rest of you. And there is undoubtedly ways for people to follow all of the elements. You may follow 2, 4, 16, 50, 278. There's no one way. There's many ways.
I suppose a lifetime is not enough. And yet, it has to be.
He kind of smirks. A lifetime for some.
Indeed. Barrow takes just another acknowledgement of the silent one before him, who places his hand in front of him and just bows very solemnly for a long time, just hoping that there's a way that this entity can sense his gratitude. And after that, he goes on his knees, places his hands on the ground, and bows forehead to the sands to also pay respects and share gratitude to Sunis.
You can perceive as there is a similar bow from the silent one, and Ugri smiles and just says, "She can hear you, but I'm certain that once air is not as much of a problem here, that she will be a little more chatty."
If she ever has words for me, I will welcome them gladly. But even her silence will suffice. And
Oh, this one is silent. That one is actually very talkative. But, signals. It's a bad area.
I think lastly, Barrow gives a salute to his master, just very formal, very much like a student at the temple, and he just very heavy bow toward Ugri. Thank you, master.
Thank you for what I already know you're going to accomplish. Almost like prophecy.
Clucky kind of lights up as he's still somersaulting in the air as he hears the words prophecy. And you just see him land right next to Ugri. Oi, prophecy. I know. Picture. Remember, they said that I was prophesied who save this place.
This place?
I don't really understand. There was a picture of me on the wall, and somebody said that I was supposed to save the what's the word? Find one. Borrow.
Lucky just called Borrow.
He's working on it.
Borrow is going to answer, and then he pauses. He's like, his He's going to say, and here's his name coming from Clucky, and it's just like his brain short circuits. And I think he completely forgets the question. There's just that his focus is on Clucky, and then his mind is thinking about what he just said to Petrichor and Riley about they do grow up so fast, and he's like, is this applying to Clucky as well right now?
Ugri kind of leans over to Clucky and just goes, "Don't worry, he'll come up with an answer shortly."
He's usually so talkative.
I know, but when you start to get older, it's a little bit harder to, be as sharp.
How old are you, old man?
What?
How old are... He just leans in closer, extends his neck fully. How old are you, old man?
I'm still young.
I think Borrow is going to tap on Clucky's shoulder, and with a soft smile, he says, "Come, Clucky. We have a prophecy to fulfill. We can't let Master Ugri down."
Oh, yes, the prophecy. Remember, the wall with the painting. They said that was a part of prophecy of
Yes.
saving...
Yes.
Oh, we were talking about that. Oh. Let's go.
And Borrow sort of gestures for Clucky to go back through the barrier to the safe zone.
Before he goes through, Master Ugri, kind of watching this exchange, just goes, "Mr. McCluckerson, haven't you already fulfilled many prophecies?"
I have.
"I believe you fulfill a prophecy every day."
Which ones?
The ones that dictate that you awake the next day. The ones that dictate that you are successful. The ones that dictate that you are able to help your friends. There are so many prophecies. Prophecies are a dime a dozen. Reach down, grab a handful of sand. There's a prophecy in each one of them.
Cue dial-up internet noise.
He grabs the dial-up signal and throws it. Listen, hey, listen, come here, and grabs you by the sides of your face and looks at you. Don't worry. If it's already been foretold, you don't have to worry about it. That's already taken care of. It's like insurance. You wouldn't understand that. It's just, it's already fine. Don't you worry your pretty little beak.
You're very strange.
I know, but so are you.
He just rushes over next to Barrow's side and
Ugri goes to follow, kind of laughing. And there's a spark of radiant energy. Kind of rubs his nose.
I think Janai, because all communication is sidekick, has just conjured again. It's just like a little dust. You know when Aang did his wind disc in between it? It's like that, but it's just like a little spiral in his hands. And he's just looking at it, making that the center of his focus as he tries to speak to the Princess of Good Air. It's nice to meet you. I didn't know that you fully existed until now. And I'm sorry if I didn't trust in you before when I should have. But I'm trying now. I'm trying now. And is essentially like, not as an offering, but just kind of giving up his dust devil into the wind that is swirling around us.
To everybody watching, this is the face of a dungeon master who has this character to emulate known as the Silent One, meaning that they don't make noise, and did not consider telepathy with one member of the party. We're doing it live.
Sauce. Well, not sauce.
You get communication through emotion and images, and there is a sense of surprise followed by joy. And you get the image from her perspective of her hand on your shoulder along with Feyruz. And you get an image that you remember the day that you were showing Barrow how to do tricks with your sky sail from her perspective as the updraft that brought you into the sky. And you see from her perspective silent weeping over Janai's body. And then you get an image that is not a memory, but a hope of all six of you standing on the edge of the precipice before the scar. And this image has all of the weight of love and hope behind it.
Janai feels so shaken that she was there the whole time.
The whole time?
The
whole time.
And as well, because he has always dreamed of what the scar might look like. There's been artist interpretation before, but most people don't survive if they're that close.
Yeah, you see the scar in this moment. Like, and you know in your heart that this is what it looks like. It is a void where there once was a mountain. It is a carved canyon through the earth of the world, and beyond is just blackness of the void and the rushing of air coming through, bits of debris flying. Every now and then chunks of earth fly up into the sky. Some land 100, 200, 1,000 feet away, or some are carried out of sight. It's a awe-inspiring and terror-inspiring sight.
And yet, Janai cannot help that little bead of thrill and excitement in his chest because he's going to ride those winds if it's the last thing he does before it leaves.
Incredible. There's a feeling of like a warm smile of approval, as it were. And then a similar feeling that would be like a hand on your cheek.
Janai smiles at that and gives a respectful bow, much in the way that he saw Baro do to the Princess of Air. And then starts looking for Master Ugri and then realizes he's up in the sky. Okay.
Yeah, he's still talking to Clucky like 100%, trying to explain
Mhm.
prophecies and how you shouldn't put too much weight into them. But like, they do mean something, and it's like this weird back and forth as he's really trying to do it, and kind of comes down to this. It's like a bedtime story. If the bedtime story was going to tell you what you do the next day. You know what? Have a mango. You did good. Just like holds out a mango.
Very much toddler-esque. Attention is lost, and he just starts staring at something shiny.
Good job. Absolutely amazing.
Master DM, just because there's been a lot of information, I just want to make sure that before I say the next thing that I thought of saying, I just want to make sure that I'm not messing with what already has been informed that maybe my brain didn't register.
Okay.
But
Okay.
Do we need the Naginata for the events that are coming, or has the Naginata been deemed as something that's like, you can't help, the good with the bad comes together? That's why Landros buried it under the ground. So it's kind of like inevitable, like the Naginata will remain this Naginata no matter what. Or could I potentially, when we do this event of trying to seal the scar, maybe return back to sender?
You cannot alter the purpose of the Naginata. It is a piece of Yancy Bin made manifest. Without altering him, there would be absolutely no way to alter Windbane. And that being said, you have been told that the surefire way to close the scar is, as you said, return to sender. And it sounds like the Princess of Good Air is on your side to help those who need a little bit of a safety net.
Cool. Okay.
Oh, cool. Just cool. Okay.
Cool. I
Just
mean,
an Archmental here to help you out with your little side project.
A couple of elementals, no big deal. Yeah, I think Borrow. There's a part of Borrow that if it was up to him, he would sit on background before these two elementals and spend an eternity taking as much knowledge as he could.
Mm-hmm.
But he knows that is not the case right now. So he somewhat begrudgingly forces himself to have that last look and then backstep into the barrier.
Ugri is going to give another look at all of you and just kind of a moment of, all right, everybody has their moments, everything that they need to do. He points at Petrichor and goes, figure out the crystal thing. Yes. Nod. Thank you. Points to Borrow. Keep on the straight and narrow, whatever path that is you lay before yourself. Points to Janai. Ride that wind if it is the last thing you do. And make sure you tell me all about it. Points to, she's not here, but points to Xanthi. Make sure everybody else here is as safe as you can make them. And Xanthi probably nods. Points to Feyruz. Perhaps, maybe just consider who you're talking to from now on. Just a little double check. A background check, maybe. Just a little bit. I'll look into it for you. It's okay. Just be more careful.
Out of impulse, she responds, "You're not my master. But I suppose you're correct."
That's all I'm asking. And then turns to Plucky and just goes, you know what? I think you've done enough. Keep it up. And as that happens, turns back to Petrichor and goes, he'll know more when he meets the painter. And then turns around.
Wait.
Yep. Okay,
What
that
does that mean?
all the time.
Like, legitimately, as he turns to go, like, the weights is fully in character.
I know it was.
Because Petrichor's seen what the painter looks like, give or take. Because that happened in the legend lore that I cast on the thing initially.
Hmm?
Bruh. There's just, like, he disappears and Petrichor's like, fine.
So, we have our missions. First order of business is
Crystal.
Crystal. So, are we attempting to spend the day?
Have I got
guess?
a long rest?
Yes,
That's my
everybody
biggest
started the session on
Okay.
a long rest.
Cool. Petrichor would be going back over to the campsite because that's where most of the actual baggage is, actually. And kind of starts setting up. It almost looks like they're setting up for, like, casting a spell ritually kind of a thing. But enough things you can tell, this is the same process of when Petrichor set stuff up to do the energy transfers. But there's a couple of extra components that they're adding. There's, like, it's not a magnifying glass exactly, but something similar where it's this disc, this lens, that they'll set up to almost act as a focusing lens as Petrichor sets the weird stone, the crystal, down in front of it and sits behind it with a couple of candles and is creating this area to be comfortable, but to allow them to focus as much as possible on this, as they won't start yet, but is kind of setting up for sitting here for a while to slowly siphon the energy from this and focus it into the crystal.
Laura will approach to you. Petrichor. Do you think that I could hold the crystal while you do this? I believe
mean, I
that there is
don't
something that I can do to help while you're here.
like what? These are very fickle equations and things.
Borrow doesn't really have a name for this because technically speaking, Borrow is not a caster. He just
Mhm.
happens to have this. So the way that he finds to describe it to you is he reaches for a pebble. He hits the pebble with the blunt of a knife, cracks it. Then you see him take a deep breath, put his hand on top of it, and there's like heat that focuses on that. And as he removes the hand, the crack on the stone is gone because he cast mending.
Petrichor just kind of nods a little bit, understanding. As long as it stays in line with the lens, I don't see a problem with it.
It will be so.
And like Petrichor is gonna go through a little bit of a like hyping themselves up process. Like they'll eat food to be like as good of a physical state as they can be. Kind of has set out the prominent pieces of information and equation pieces they need from the doctor's notes in front of where they're sitting. Like it's setting everything up and is like just going back over those final details to make sure they've got everything they need before they start this process.
Favories will bring you over 2 pillows from her cot because you look deeply uncomfortable and that's something wrong too.
Amazing.
And she'll ask you, do you need the orb now?
I'd like to spend a little bit of time with the orb just to kind of get the essence and what the energy levels of it are and how long I can safely prolong the transfer of energy before it could potentially go unstable on me. Yes.
Where would you like it?
And there's the same kind of makeshift tripod stand that I had made for the crystal before when we tried to hand siphon things before. It's set in the middle of this blanket and just kind of points to it.
Favories is going to wave her hand and several streams of sand pull from around the blanket and is shaped into a minor creation of a more sturdy pillar to hold it into place. And she does the same for what's holding the crystal to make sure both are secure.
Well, Barrow's holding the crystal, so.
Then just the orb then. And she doesn't usually do this because it's a bond for some reason and she couldn't fathom why. Loathed it when she made creations out of the earth. But if it's Ogermark, that makes sense. He doesn't like these false creations. He likes it, well, to be left alone.
That's
There you
not
are.
how life works, but okay.
In your
Side chat, I'm sorry.
Janai will borrow. Janai will borrow. You hear in your mind. Will you teach it to me? The reversal.
Look at that proud mentor look.
I think that as you hear the you ask that question, and you can see the smile. Like that reaction happens in Borrow, and he's currently holding the crystal. He's obviously like his focus is on the process, on this process that is about to happen, but with that smile, his head tilts slightly your direction, and you just see that just that gentle nod. And you will be a great wind master one day.
I think Janai, again, is just so overwhelmed because he's not used to, apart from Master Ugri in his own convoluted way, people being encouraging of him in the sense of his his teachings and his ability to learn um, the ways of the wind. So to hear that from someone he respects as much as Borrow, it really it really takes him aback. It's like tries to shake it off and then nods.
But yes, absolutely. Otter will teach Janai.
So, Petrichor will do the whole crisscross, lining themselves up with everything they need. And in my brain, it's more cinematic than actual like mechanical using anything. But the similar process to like, what am I trying to say? Like when you're healing someone, but it's a really bad wound, so you're doing it slowly over time to get the best quality of a healing process. That's kind of the attitude Petrichor is coming to this with, taking something that is volatile and bad and trying to not necessarily convert, but kind of transfer that energy into something more helpful and more stable. In as slow of a process as possible to minimize whatever impact it might create. And right before starting everything, throws just a quick, if you can bless my hands and help me out, that'd be great, to the Raven Queen before just hovering their hands over the orb, not quite touching it, but just in that close proximity, and will start the process.
Okay. How long would you like to take?
Since it's just the one, Petrichor doesn't think it needs to take the entire 24 hours we have here, especially because there is another goal. But I think over the next 8 or so hours, in stints of maybe an hour at a time, with 5, 10, 15-minute breaks here or there, is going to take the time to do this process as cleanly and methodically as possible.
If I may, I think the way that the mending for Borrow works as a way of supporting Petrichor's spell, it's almost as if his sensing of the stone in his hand, he's sensing the vibration and the frequencies of the stone, so that if he feels the stone starting to vibrate at a higher resonance from the direction that Petrichor is channeling, he's just slowly, he's basically doing like the rotisserie. it's the equivalent of that. He's trying to basically keep the stone in this constant adjustment so that the flow doesn't concentrate too much on one side and causes it to shatter because of the pressure.
I do love that the methodology here is very much so Victor, we are dealing with one of the most powerful items in the cosmos, trying to transfer its power into another most powerful item into the cosmos. And this is very delicate and crazy procedure to be a part of.
Rotisserie chicken.
How are you going to help? And Victor goes, have you ever looked at the grill at a 7-Eleven?
To be fair, in theory, it is a good strategy. Because if there's a stress point isn't at the same spot, it's good.
It's the funny part about all this is that, yes, rotisserie chicken, actually, maybe we should go with the hot dog analogy. Plucky's here.
Janai, write it down. Whenever you find yourself facing a very powerful thing, just think, what would 7-Eleven do?
I can tell you that they're...
7-Eleven.
Yes. And I can tell you that the answer is going to be bigger slices. That's what they've come up with.
But yeah, Petrichor will do that process. And in the breaks, it's really just going on a bit of a walk to stretch their legs, eating something, drinking something. Probably after the sun gets to a certain point, we'll have somebody help them erect a little like shade shelter, since they're going to be in one spot for long periods of time, doesn't want to get burnt too bad.
I'm having a brain fart. What was the total time you said you wanted to spend?
8 hours total.
8 hours. Okay. And you have Borrow helping with mending and also using the rotisserie chicken.
And through a quick prayer to see if maybe that gives me any additional. I don't know if I'm rolling anything for this, but I'm like
a quick prayer. Borrow also threw a prayer earlier as well. Is anybody else helping in any particular way?
I'm nervous now, guys.
Sanctuary on Petrichor.
I like it. I like it.
Clucky's spiritual guardians, as usual, begin to coalesce around both Borrow and Petrichor, and they just it almost creates like a little pillow fort around them. These little white spectral chickens, just enveloping the two of them, kind of mechanically speaking, preparing a spirit shield in case shit goes wrong.
But also emotional support.
Lucky, might I make a suggestion of another thing?
Ooh, yes.
Love that.
You haven't done this in a while, and I miss it.
Augury?
Yeah.
Oh, we haven't done that in a hot minute.
So Clucky will peek around the corner from wherever he was hiding. You'll see 3 more heads pop around the corner as well. A head of a giant hyena, a head of a giant weasel, and a tiger. Clucky's got a couple scratches on his face from the little aggressive playing, but he looks at them, getting ready to set up for this, and he's looks at the 3 of them, looks at all the spectral chickens coalescing around the 2 of them. He just reaches down to his waist belt and pulls out his bag of bones that he's inherited from his papa and throws them down. As he throws them down, he asks the question, done this in forever, Augury. By casting... You receive an omen from an otherworldly entity about the results of a specific course of action that you plan to take within the next 30 minutes. Will the hatching... Nope. Will Pet Riley be successful in this magic shit? And he casts the bones down in the direction of the 2 of them.
And if I'm remembering correctly, you can get wheel, woe, wheel and woe, or neither.
Correct. And as the bones clack on the hard flooring, Clucky closes his eyes. The three animals see Clucky close his eyes. They join in and close their eyes as well. And he's going to, instead of using his eyes, feel the bones.
So, I'm going to include your answer in what I'm about to say. The process of this, Petrichor, I am going to have you make 8 Arcana checks. Help from Borrow, you may reroll 1 time. Sanctuary, you may reroll 1 time. Prayer Prayer to the Raven Queen, you may reroll 1 time. Prayer to Ilmater, you may reroll 1 time. And Clucky, as you are looking over the results here, and you see a wheel result, meaning that you are being told that Petrichor will be successful. That prophecy will allow Petrichor 1 free natural 20.
Amazing. So I only have to roll 7 times? Because I get an auto 20?
If you feel like you need it.
Okay. Whew.
I am going to come up with a rather large number for ADC.
Am I combining all of these rolls together?
I will, as you read out the totals.
Okay, great. I have 4 d20s on hand, so I'm just going to roll 4 at a time and singularly take rerolls as needed. I'm so nervous. We're going to keep this one.
Also, what's your Arcana modifier? We'll just multiply that
Plus
by 4.
10.
Plus 10. Okay.
There's an 18.
So that's a 28.
Oh. I get 4 rerolls.
4 rerolls and 1 auto 20. Thank you for keeping count.
Reroll this one. I'm gonna
Tarzan, put
reroll.
up one finger.
I'm gonna reroll 2 of them because they're both under 10s, and I don't feel comfortable with it. Okay. A 21.
21 plus 10?
No, 21 total.
Okay. Was the 18 a total?
No, 18 was the roll on dice.
Okay, so that
So
one was 28.
28.
Did that right. So
11
minus
plus
21.
10, 21.
Okay.
A dirty 20.
Okay.
3. A 27.
Okay.
4. Okay. Do I only have 1 reroll left or 2? 2. Okay. I'm gonna keep those 2. Reroll these ones. That's 1 bad roll, but that's an okay roll. First of all, I would love to say shout out to Ruby Griffiths for rolling a natural 20 on my Duke dice. So there's a 30.
Okay.
Another 27, a 22, and the lowest, a 13.
Which you can use your free nat 20
Which
if you
I
want.
think I'll swap that out for the free nat 20.
Okay.
Never been so nervous in my life.
That brings you to a combined total of 195.
Jesus Christ. What was the DC on this shit, though?
The DC that I set was 175.
I passed it by 20.
I was about to say you didn't use little guy on any of those.
No, I didn't. I forgot about him, actually.
I was like, if he says 200, just use little guy real fast.
I guess.
I do like that it actually did take re-rolling all of the re-rolls and using the natural 20. So, hell yeah.
It's because I didn't trust the one. The lowest I
13,
rolled
yeah.
on the dice was a 3, which was that 13. The other ones that I re-rolled was a 5, a 6, and a 7. And I don't remember what the other one was, but they were like below 10s, and I'm like, I don't trust it.
Very good. So, with that being said, you, after this 8-hour period, are successful. You watch as at the end of this, the light leaves the inside of the orb and coalesces within the crystal as it takes on this sort of like a brownish yellow but radiant still glow about it, indicating that it is in fact fully charged. And as soon as this finishes, I imagine that the orb was kind of hovering in the air with everything kind of happening. And as soon as it finishes, the orb falls to the ground and shatters into the sand and blows away. The proverbial clock has stopped. The sand in the hourglass has been halted. But the work is not done. You have several days' journey to Landros's Folly to right the wrong and then to leave this dimension behind. Will you make it to Landros's Folly? Will you succeed in closing the scar? And how much will it cost to accomplish this goal? These questions and more have yet to be diced, everybody. Find out next time. Tune into the social media as we are going to be trying to schedule another session, hopefully sooner rather than later, but schedules are a thing. We love you all. Thank you all so much. Have yourself a wonderful night or morning, wherever you may be in the world. Talking to you two over there. Absolutely appreciate every single one of you. We'll catch you on the next one. Have a good night.